Hey, sup, Mutant Turtle Hermit. Hey, Measle 3. Howdy, folks. Firing up for the first draft of the afternoon here. Is that a Fast Bond? I don't think I've drafted the Fast Bond deck on the Arena Cube yet. On average, I think you're going to have a higher win rate with the Traxa, but I actually think it's kind of close. We're going to take this Fast Bond. We're going to try and find a strip mine. We're going to try and do some shenanigans. That's the goal here. Ooh. Love me a Chromax. I'm going to take the Emrakul. I still want to do the channel thing. I haven't done the channel thing in so long. It's been a minute. Oh, I'm not passing Bombardiers. We may have passed Fable. We're not passing Bombardiers. Playing red could be good with the Emrakul here too, right? We might get sneak attack for it later. Could be real juicy. So Swords to Plowshares is the best card in this pack. Does that mean I'm going to draft it? Yes. Yes, it does. Hey, sup, Vale. Not a terrible start. We're not necessarily gonna play all four of these cards, but oh man, can you imagine hucking an Emrakul to broadside? That would be a turn, I tell you what. Wow. So I pack one, pick one Fast Bond, and now it's looking like green is like not open. I'm not used to that. I'm not used to green not being open every time. Nobody ever wants to draft it on Moto. Well, I'm going to take Flooded Strand. It is a white fetch. Might get me like a Plateau or Savannah or something later. I don't hate the Talisman. If we did get Sneak Attack, it would ramp us into the 5 mana for Sneak Attack plus Activate pretty cleanly. And it's also just like some random artifact trash to sack to Bombardiers. I'm going to grab the Strand. Early stream? A little early, yeah. I've got a streaming test, or a test run for future streams of another game that I'm going to be jamming later tonight. So I'm getting an early stream in. A lot of nice red cards here. They are unfortunately red aggro cards, not like red value or mid-range or stuff. I could take Heat, I guess. A little tempted by Fabled Passage. Not much, but a little bit. If I did end up doing Fast Bond stuff, then both Tracker and Nissa would play really well. I'm going to take Tracker, actually. I do like a Braid better than Unholy Heat. You feel like the intersection between Arena drafters and Commander players is greater than on Moto, and Commander players love green. You might be right about that. Thinking about Magda or Staff. Both play well with the broadside. I'm pretty sure I'm playing white. We have a white fetch. We have a Swords to Plowshares. I think we can lean into it a little bit. There's like 2 cards that would make me still want to play the Fast Bond, and that's Strip Mine and the 4 mana 2/3, where you can the Crucible effect, where you get an extra land drop and stuff. That card's fucked up. Looking at Bone Crusher, thinking about Safekeeper. Might just grab Safekeeper here. What about Omnath? What if this is like an Omnath star? We have Flooded Strand. Hell yeah, Roro. Kicking ass, taking names. Taking names, taking ass. I like wins a solid amount. It's nice to just be able to answer things, and then sometimes it's a sweeper. Specifically a sweeper that doesn't target. We answered like 2 Mother of Runes the other day with a kicked overload with an overloaded wins. I'm gonna take this archive though. Thinking about that Omnath hum. Mr. Kraszy C with the sub saying reinstalled Arena for the first time since Ikoria. Time to find out if all this Caleb watching has paid off. I hope it has, Mr. Kraszy. I hope it has. I could see playing that Manamorphose. We'll see how this all shakes out. Yeah, we're doing 4 colors, and Tribal Flames makes sense to me. Oh, great. Somehow we have an off-color fucking Mox. This Scalding Tarn might be better than the Mox. The one that doesn't tap for Omnath. I'm so unlucky. There's the Ice Till. I was thinking about with Fast Bond. It's pretty fucking good. Even though Ice Till like gives you an extra land a turn, and that's like kind of overlapping with what Fast Bond does, it's also like milling a bunch of land drops. It's pretty sick. The Commercial District would be good. That's what I'm hoping to wheel here. Morning, Water 9. Ooh. Looking at the Uro, looking at the Thundering Falls. I'm going to take the Thundering Falls. I really want to spend some attention to my mana, right? We have this 4-color deck. If I'm serious about the Omnath. Well, Flash and Worm are going around. I think I'm like quote unquote supposed to draft Titania here. I think I'm gonna grab that Dak Faden though. I'm gonna grab that Fractured Identity. That's what I'm gonna do. Make me feel good about this white splash here. Fire Islet sort of works. Champion's very strong. The Coalition Relic does double fix for some of our multicolored cards. Think about this Talisman. Deathrite Shaman kind of plays well with the Ice Till. Just putting a lot of lands in the graveyard. Think about this Utopia Sprawl. The Enlightened Tutor is kind of cool, just like tutoring for the fast bond. Could work out. I could also see Questing Druid being really good here. Hey, a little Vista action. Yeah, there's a Tri-land there, but having fetch lands is so good with Ice Till and Omnath and everything. It's going to fit here really well. Again, paying some more attention to the mana base. The new art for Mox? This is some old art, Wodar. You're saying you prefer the new art, is what you're saying. I'm thirsty. I could have... Ooh, the Titania came back. I was hoping that might happen. I could open a second energy drink for the day. Or... yeah, I think my options are alcohol. I wonder if the Scrubland was interesting for Tribal Flames. I think it's a bit too early in the day for alcohol. 2 energy drinks also feels like a bit much. Might just take a break to go get some water after this Draftaroo scheme. Yeah, it feels like we've got like way too many blue duels already for like the little amount of blue that's in here. Having a fetchable... Letting Flooded Strand fetch a green, though, seems pretty important. Increase the chance we got the turn 1 Utopia Sprawl or Fast Bond or whatever. Hey, Shinji thinks the 83 months there. Shinji says, happy early cube day. I just hardcast Ulamog on someone. Felt great. Hell yeah. Yeah, love me some Ulamog action. That's for sure. For sure. Anyway, we're going to take the Trop here and try and wheel Zern Orb, I think. Pretty good Zorb shell. Thinking about Time Spiral. Thinking about that multiversal passage. Could see playing No More Lies here. I don't think we're going to have the Duders for Guide of Souls to truly shine. Good card, but just not quite here. Yeah, give me the draw 7. Little Tammy-Yo action. You know I like Currency Converter too much because that's where my eyes first went. I don't think Golos does enough here. I mean, I guess I could cast Emrakul, technically. I think I'm just supposed to grab a land. Maybe I'll grab that Philium. I'm definitely supposed to grab this Stomping Ground. I really want that Flage, though. I think we can support it pretty well. And the life gain helps offset the fast bond life loss. Fuck him. That's what these decks is like balancing all these different things that you want and need. That's a really good fetch. That's also a really good wasteland. So you kind of got to think about that. Yeah, I probably don't value Green Sun Zenith as highly as I should. It would have been a little bit better if we'd gotten that Uro earlier. I thought there was a chance the Uro would wheel, and it did not. Here it not only gets the Ice Till Explorer, but it also helps you put together Titania plus Safekeeper. I think I actually like Showdown. Just draw a pile of cards. There's Mazorb. And both QB and Normalize came back. I think I'm going to take the counter. I think I'm becoming like a little bit more controlling. Thinking about that dig through time. Probably should have grabbed it. I'm just like very unlikely to put the Explorer in here. Nintuku on Ice Till. I like Nintuku on Titanium. So I'm actually not going to cut a land for the Mox this time. I typically do, but because we're a fast bond type deck where we really want to like play a bunch of extra lands. So Enlightened Tutor finds Zuranor, Fastbond, Showdown of the Scalds, Leyline Binding. I think that's enough. Springheart Nintuku. I'm probably not tutoring for Nintuku or Staff of the Storyteller. So I'm going to cut Heat. And I guess Wrath. I think I'm going to cut Nissa. Infested is hoping I have fun today. I hope the same thing, Infested. Thank you. Nissa is cute with Time Spiral. Generate more mana off the untap. What's Showdown doing here? Just drawing cards. 4 mana, draw 4. Good enough. Is Bombardiers that good in this deck? Yep, it is likely the best card in this deck. I like those easy questions. Wonder if it's weird to cut Utopia Sprawl. What's our forest count? 7-ish. 7-ish for us. Hey, absolutely, Tim. Yeah, I think I'm gonna cut the Sprawl. And the Nissan. Do I even need the basic island? Like, this is saying we have 9 blue sources. Oh, the Vista needs to be able to get an island. That's right, that's right. Alright, I'm gonna jam this. A little land heavy, but I mean, you probably should be in your fastball tracker deck. Oh yeah, I was gonna get some water. I need to do that real quick. I need that. I'll dry up. I'll fucking dry up here. I'll be back in a few minutes. Gonna go grab some hydration. BRB. All right. I'm excited to see how this deck plays out. We got some nice synergies, right? With like the fast bond combining with all the land stuff. All these cards like kind of combine in a fun way. And then most of the rest of what we're running is just like quality. We have like Enlightened Tutor for some consistency, and then we've got card filtering, card draw, deck fading's also disruption. There's not a ton of tokens for the staff, but like Philia is good with it, and then Intuku's spitting out tokens, Titania's spitting out tokens. Fractured Identity can get another fucking card off Nintuku, or off of staff rather. It's sack fodder from Bombardiers. Omnath should probably be in the lands pile. And then we got a couple draw engines in the Showdown and the Time Spiral. Anyway. And then the rest of that deck there is just like really efficient interaction and card draw and stuff. Marky Peach says, Daylub, heck yeah. Hell yeah, Marky. Thanks for subbing. Thanks for supporting the stream. The 8 months there, and the Codaddy has a 4-month streak there. Appreciate you, Codaddy. Hank could use a fast bond like nobody's business, huh? Oh shit, what up? Quinn in 1 sub and throw in the prime, says YouTube watcher. Thanks for the content. Hey, thank you. Thanks for helping me keep the old lights on here. Earlier I was griping about how Moxjet didn't tap for Omnath, and that's actually relevant with this draw. That's funny. People on YouTube were talking about Kick. I don't know anything about Kick. I don't know shit about ass. Ha-ha! I wonder if Prairie was supposed to get in this turn. Just like clear the Saheeli. That, probably, right? I got all jazzed about blinking my Omnath and drawing more cards. Can you blame me? Can you blame me, chat? But my little critter land here could have... Like the feel you can blink out the token and the land would have ensured we clear Saheeli. Probably better. Probably. It's a low confidence assertion on my part. Little meme jar action. Memory jar isn't like that good with Narset. Because Narset, or Memory jar is like kind of one-sided anyway. I don't know. I don't know if this attack is correct or not. It just like looked intuitive to me. Well, we got all their shit off the board. Could be worse. You like denied them another draw off Narset? Yeah, we didn't exactly do that, but at least it'll be easier to clear now that they don't have Saheeli spitting out duders. I like that brainstorm into the Narset down tank. No, no, my little dog! My beautiful little dog! He didn't harm anybody! Except for the token and your chance of winning the game. And okay, I guess he did some stuff. What if I just stare at their face? What if I just ignore Narset now? Famous last words, right? Okie dokie. Getting a showdown here would be kind of ballsy, right? Could get Leyline Binding and just like attack and clear the Narset, and then like have Binding for Hull Breacher. Their board's a lot less scary. But Showdown's so tempting. It's so tempting. Interesting little chump there. Yeah, you got it. Very tempting to like get the Nantuku on the Restless Prairie and get like multiple prairies going. I'm not gonna do that though. I thought it'd be funny if they just like snap stole the Zurin orb. Ha-ha! And my little dog, too. Hate that for me. Looting away treasure cruise here is interesting. 3 cards left. Maybe I'm supposed to equip the Caryatid, just so they can't, like, interact with it. See, like, I just, like, exposed it, but I could have just had this, like, landfall make a 1/1 engine. I just, like, didn't think about it until it was on the Stang. I kind of dig this Time Spiral. It, like, shuffles there, draw 7 back into their deck. They're 3 mana 1. Is Showdown interesting? I think I like Showdown over Tamiyo. It leaves the cards in a spot where, like, if they play a draw 7, they won't be stranded for me. What are some cards? I think I was supposed to save the fetch for Omnath next turn. pretty good. One of the better cards that could have played in that spot, huh? Actually, a cute line here, if they had just like a few less cards. They've got 9 cards. A cute line would be to like use the Fractured on Showdown to mill them 4 more cards, and then play the deck and loot target them. And that would be another 6 cards. I think they have Echo, so like I'm not worried about them decking. Would have been kind of cool though. We don't really have a way to stop them time warping here. We might lose all of our stuff. Tribal Flames only deals 4 damage, is the issue with Tribal Flames. Oh, the Omnath. If we loot into a land, we can have a win here. Because we have 2 Omnath triggers. I didn't do that, though. Shit. The Fast Bomb would have given me another land drop, is the thing. I'm just going to Tribal Flames their face anyway. Yeah, Scott, we treat our opponents with respect here, and that's a base rule of the stream. And if you mock that, I will just fucking ban you. I don't care about you. I care about respecting my opponents. Straight up. People that respect others get respect in return. People that mock the idea, the basic concept of respecting others, it's like, what are you trying to do here? People do later come to the stream, see the game from my perspective. It's a normal thing. Opponent's at 1 life. Only have 5 cards left. It's very hard to know whether I should be flipping Tamiyo to set up down-ticking for Tribal Flames, or to target them and see if I can run them out of cards here. They used Mind Collapse, so that's like the one clean answer to Narset that we've seen. If this Thundering Falls had been a card up, we would have had it last turn. Fair enough. And they're counterspelling anyway, sure. And then Broadside here can help finish things off too. Cool. Fucking got there. Is this E-Tutor exciting? I mean, we have 4 colors and a pile of removal. Oh shit, what up? Hey, yeah, Wobbles, thanks for the sob, thanks for the 12 months there, the full year. No More Lies and Freely were cast so many times, right? So many times. You'd think No More Lies would mean no more lies. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Ricardo 007, thanks for the sob, thanks for the 7 months there. I kind of like the idea of binding this Chrome Mox. It could end disastrously here. Could end up just being a super greedy thing I get punished for. Nope. Totally fine. Awesome. I think I should have played a Plains for the turn, because then I'd have Swords and E-Tutor up here. Could end up mattering. I'm probably going to E-Tutor for the draw 4, right? But if they just make more 1/1s, then I won't have something that I want to Swords anyway. I almost wonder if Staff's better than Showdown. That's got to be like the least exciting Fractured Identity of all time. Opponent's sitting there with their like 4 1/1s or whatever. Well, Tamio can just straight up... A flipped Tamio could just brick them, right? Kind of like that idea. And then we lose the tracker and the fractured, unfortunately. So it goes... Fracture would have been a really good one to shovel back in the deck later. First cube, pack one, pick one, booster tutor. Nicely done. Kind of surprised I didn't pump with the Wandering Emperor first. I'm going to let Dak take a damage. I think that's fine. Well, that's all bad for me. Oh, come on. This is not going well. I think I was supposed to pump the flyer. They're all attacking Dank? Huh. I guess I'll chump. If I had a playable in hand, I would not be chumping for the Dak. Oh, man, The Fractured Identity getting exiled earlier was such a bummer. It'd be so good to hit this Overlord. I think I gotta play the Zerun Orb out. Just in case they start looking at my life total here a little too closely. Does the cube have infinites for Zerun Orb? No, I just think it looks neat. Like Marge with the fucking potato. I just think it's neat. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go to 2. Very tempted to have the dog blink the showdown. And then we like lose it to the 3-3 here. I think I'm just supposed to clear the 3-3. So here I could swords the 3-3, serve in, blink showdown. The issue is that better than swordsing the Draconautics Engineer and blinking out the 3-3? It's probably just not, right? Interesting little turn. Yeah, season them Pyromancers. This might not have an untapped white source, but... Yep, nope. That's alright. I think I'm willing to pack here. We were in a pretty rough spot pre-time spiral. So it's just a little bit of flailing around post. Draw 4 could get there. The issue is it doesn't come into play until end of turn, so you're just like drawing for the use in another turn. Also, I think if we like generate infinite life there, it's Not even necessarily winning. Because you're also decking, right? I can't get over how bad this Mox Jet is. I guess. I think I'm going to E-Tutor for a Showdown again. Just try and hit some land drops. Alright, maybe I'm not doing that. Alright, maybe I'm doing that now. Comet. We're seeing some dog-on-dog violence. Is that what this is? Rerolls? No! We hate those here. No, don't do that. Another? Brutal start. Brutal start to this run. A little 1 and 2 action. Absolutely Faxius. Hey, congrats on the trophy, Z-Wolf. I mean, sometimes Comet does absolutely nothing, and then other times it does absolutely everything. It is the most high variance card in Magic. I don't think we have a... Oh, we do have a Surveil Land that uses white. We got the blue-white one in. Yeah, let's tutor that up on turn 1. And then just turn 2 Caryatid. What are extra rolls representing to you? So one roll spits out tokens that have haste. One of them gives them a damage that they can point anywhere depending on what Comet's loyalty is. And then there's more rerolls. And it can rebuy cards from the graveyard too. That last one is like the only real dud in that spot that the opponent was in. I think that's a 3. And we would have been, like, probably okay if they just made a few tokens for a few turns. But that was not the situation. Gets real out of hand if you get a reroll or 2. Huh. Alright. Wasn't my plan for the turn, but... collect my landfall value there. You had a lot of fun today playing Comet for the first time? You don't believe your opponents did? Yeah. Yeah, that card's fucked up. This is some rude stuff, opponent. Considering Leyline Binding for Mox. And then using that to crack my clue here. It's not amazing. It's like a lot like Vamp tutoring for a land. You wheeled it twice in your drafts. Wild. actually going to be looting away this fast bond. Opponent was off it, I guess. They discarded all their lands and then it didn't have a land drop. Interesting. Maybe they misread balance. Or like what Arena was telling them to do. I could see that being tilt-worthy. There's no green in this hand. We do have a removal spell. Mother of Runes, certainly worth killing immediately. That's kind of an awkward face-up card with this Tireless Tracker here. I might play it anyway. Surely this time the showdown will pay off. This time. I don't think the Arid Mesa has a Savannah to grab. Yeah, there's in terms of green duels, there's Stomping Ground and Tropical Island, and I don't think Arid Mesa, oh, yeah, the Arid Mesa could get the Stomping Ground, but that's the one that we have here. So this is actually very awkward. I don't think there's a way to get this Titania down next turn. I might just go Island, Bombardiers, Caryatid, and then sack the Caryatid. Yeah, it might just be fucked, Tom. Yeah, the idea was I would attack and sack the staff to kill the 4-3, and then they'd have 5 power, but I'd have a 1-1 that could go in front of the 2-1, and hopefully, like, buy me some time. I wasn't surprised I got fucking dusted there. After that league, the one change that I would have made to the deck is I would have main decked this Wrath of God, which I was kind of thinking about. I was hoping that Omnath, Life Gain, and Bombardiers would give me enough of a buffer against aggro-type decks. Or like the potential infinite life combo with the tutor to help put it together. But we just like never drew Ice Till Explorer. Maybe we need the Crucible of Worlds in here too to make that a little bit more consistent. I did pass a Crucible at one point. Yeah, it didn't quite land, huh? It didn't quite come together, even though we went through a lot of cards. But the Wrath certainly would have helped in 2 of my losses there for sure. Assuming you draw it, but would have liked it in. Investa one, it might be aggressive enough that you should just like be main decking your sweepers. I know when I played that black-green deck yesterday, I main decked Toxic Delusion. I was happy about it. All right. 2 and 3. The first Scrub-a-Dub of the cube. Let's fire up another draft. So I'm going to draft a pack one, pick one, Tolarian Academy. I'm going to hope the balance wheels, but if it doesn't, it's not that big a deal. Jackalmon says they're drafting Boros and have 3 Moxes. How does that impact the 1-drops you play? So with 3 Moxen, like, you should be emphasizing your 2s and 3s for sure. There are some 1-drops that are still powerful enough that you just want to play them regardless. Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls, Ragavan, Mother of Runes. Those. You want to play those. But for the most part, you can kind of count on skipping ahead to your second turn. Saheeli's kind of a mopey second pick, but it does play the best with Tolarian Academy out of these cards. So I'm kind of considering it here. I had Pinnacle Emissary and another artifact deck, and it never really did anything for me. That deck did not have Academy, but it did have, like, Urza and the Turtle. And it had, like, 3 Moxen in it, so you would have expected the Emissary to pop off at some point. You said Emissary is amazing with Academy. Have you had it be amazing with Academy, or are you just saying stuff? You like cutting off our lane? Oh, so you just take it because it's an artifact? Even if it's an unplayable one? Yeah, I had to be pretty garbo with in a very similar sort of deal, though. Again, I had Turtle and Urza, and it really didn't do much for me. Ibora puts out artifacts in terms of Academy synergies. And there's Epicure and Portable Hole, Esper Sentinel. There's a few random artifacts around in this pack. Thinking about taking the Tarn. Yeah, the fact that it has to be cast is kind of annoying. No synergy with Saheeli there. I guess Saheeli could copy it, maybe. I wonder if Clamp and Emissary could do something. Spiral is just like a sick Academy card is the thing. Because it's not only a draw 7, but then it's generating mana with the Academy. It's not just Emissary, too. We have Saheeli here in terms of Clamp. I kind of want to try it just because it's like... The Emissary is kind of new. Just grab Memory Lamps. Typically want a counter or 2 in my artifact decks. Probe's pretty poopy, but it is a free spell for Saheeli, I guess. I'm actually going to lean 0s for Emissary. See if, like, building towards it specifically helps a little bit. Even though I would normally take Talisman in this spot. It's also a 0 for Saheeli, right? It's not crazy. Oh, the balance came back. Awesome. Arid Mesa versus Meticulous Archive. That's like kind of a pleasant situation to be in here. I'm gonna grab that Mesa. I want a surveil land. A fetchable surveil land sounds awesome, but I also want untapped lands, and it can be easy in this sort of cube to end up with too many comes to play tapped lands. Like maybe we get the Jeskai Tri-land later. Hard to imagine this Arena of Glory seeing play in this deck. Maybe make like a hasty turtle. That could be terrifying. You think they have less than 3K games total? Oh, that would surprise me. The Vintage Cube on Magic Online usually has like 3K people just in the lobby within the first day or so. For 17 lands data. Oh, people, right, people with the actual app feeding the 17 lands. No, you're right, Nightshade. That's not every Arena player. That's a minority. Silly meme. I actually like Carnage Interpreter with Arena a lot, or with Academy rather. It's funny. I think I'm just grabbing Pyrite Spellbomb. Oh, there is that Triome I was talking about. Just make our mana base clean. Yeah, just taking Urza here. I like these other things. I like a lot of this, actually. It'd be pretty easy for our curve to even go up to Ulamog. Any of these four would be great in our deck. A little Grim Monolith action. Hell yeah. Other interesting cards here are Passage, Converter, Pyroglyph. If the Monolith wasn't here, I'd probably take Converter. I'm not really looking forward to adding another color for Microspawn to tutor out Academy. We might get Map or whatever to find Academy later anyway. Well, there's that Surveil land that I was talking about. It would also be my second comes to play tapped land, which I was also talking about. And we finally see Channel now that I'm not green for once. It keeps on not lining up for me. The Channel Emrakul stuff. I think a lot of people would take Displacer Kitten here, and it's not bad, right? We have Grim Monolith already. And Urza for Blinkables. Could be a good Blinky deck. Alright, I'll take the cat. I've had good luck with the Endstone. I could see taking a Miscalc for another counter. I could see taking Dam for another sweeper. Just balance is largely not enough for beating the aggro decks. I like Boots when I have Urza's Saga. I don't like it very much at all. Otherwise, little comet action in my Jeskai Artifacts deck. I'm into it. Is Endstone underrated? A little bit. I've enjoyed Endstone with Tinker and Show and Tell. We're not currently a Workshops deck, but we could become one pretty easily. And Mightstone's not a bad one to blink with the Kitten, so I think we just want it. The Preordain was a little tempting. That's such a late gut. Yeah, Battlesphere plays really well with Academy and Urza, so happy with that scoop up. Yeah, currently no green sources for Myco Spawn. Is Gamma Bombardment tempting here? It is not. Just the latest Guide of Souls ever. Nice, 15th pick. Nice Mox Sapphire. And on-color Mox. I mean, even off-color Moxen. Just like the fast artifact mana in general is so good in the Academy decks. Like you would basically play zero mana cards that are text lists. So having one be an actual land is pretty insane. Twiddle. Twiddle up. Think about Path, Wheel of Fortune, Talisman of Hierarchy. Yeah, let's just got random Talisman. Do I play Shadowspear without Saga in these decks? I have. Ooh, Workshops. It's probably good enough just with Cannoneer. But if it doesn't connect with Cannoneer, it's going to look a little... I guess we have like Urza tokens too. Yeah, this deck just got fucking saucy, huh? Oh, mama. Passing Plateau there, and that's totally fine. Not a bad little Trinket Mage package. I wonder if Chromhost Seed Shark is just better. Just another Saheeli or Emissary or something. I like me a Spell Bomb, but I'm gonna grab the Petal here. More zeros. So the Mystical Tutor finds balance, and that's about it. Which is enough in a pinch, but I think I'm going to grab the Bauble here. The Flage is mighty tempting. Especially with all the churn that we already have. What's up, Nettle Cyst? That could have used an Emery Hum. I think I'd play the Oust, but I'd know I'd play the Canyon. Hey, FX Dragon, thanks for the sub. Nice streak there, Pockets. Stoneforge gets clamped. Yeah, Stoneforge itself is kind of an awkward card for your balance deck, though. And we're not that built around clamp. I don't think we had Nettle Cyst yet. So it's become more interesting when you have two things. Then Plateau Wheel. Got a lot of value in this mana base. Saga, Sunmade Canyon, Odawara. A lot of lands that are actually spells in there. You would have had Flage Arena of Glory. It was probably worth grabbing. I'll still jam in zeros, though, right? Still trying to give Emissary its fair shake. If it underperforms again, I'll probably just stop drafting it. I like the 3-bit Inspector spits out a artifact for Academy. I don't like that it's awkward with balance. Probe's nice as a free spell for Saheeli, but you're going to have to cut something here. Hey, Jomo, thanks for the sub. Thanks for 11 months there. Am I aware that my text under my cam is cut off? A little bit, huh? Yeah, the Talisman looks awkward, but you really want some stuff for workshops to do. And it's like on the edge of being a good card here. We've got like the nice thing is that it taps for like all of my top end, the workshops. So it's going to be good, but it's nice if it can do a little bit of something in the early game too. That includes keeping the Talisman, Monolith, and Nettle Cyst in. Staff does have a lot of support, but I've got 42 cards right now. I think I'm going to cut a land. This is like 15 lands. 16 lands. I think this is the deck. Only counting 8 blue. I guess we're at technically 8 white because of the Talisman. And then only 2 red cards between the Emissary and the Comet. Hey, this is good. This is good. It's a little bit better than it looks on the arena count. Right? Saga has been underdrafted for a while. People will pass it because they're like, oh, I only have a few artifacts. And it's like, okay, well, if it replaces itself by getting a Mox or a Soul Ring or something, that is a good card right there. Kind of a dumpy opener here. is right on the edge of a mulligan, I think. Undid some red and sixing there. I'll never get used to the saga and fucking all the other lands just hanging out over here, just like peeking over up, and Saga's just like, just this huge fucking thing. Kind of a wild attack. Okay. This is going to look a little counterintuitive, but I'm going to sweep her here. Basically, the 6 can just, like, rebuy Minsc and stuff. So we lose our tokens, we lose our sweeters. They also lose a bunch. We draw 2 cards. Oh, float with the incubator, sure. So if I Might Stone and Weak Stone, I won't be able to play Comet this turn. I think that's still fine. We can launch in our token here. And then next turn, I don't know if I want to be like combating or displace your kitten and then blink Might Stone, Weak Stone. That could be cool. So Battlesphere does not trigger kittens. Gotta be a non-creature spell. I think I'm going to lead off with clamping my 1/1 here. We'll see where that gets me. Hey, perfect. Next question, do I want a 3rd Displacer Kitten? And the answer is yes. Yes, I do. I'm having a good time. Warping's gonna trigger kittens, right? Oh no, because it's a creature. Silly meme. Yeah, why would that work? Oh, that is done? But opponent, this was going to take a very long time, and I was going to draw more cards. It was going to be very rewarding for me specifically. I think at the end of it, we would have potentially like had a lethal attack there with after you blink Battlesphere a couple of times. Gross stuff. Yeah, that was a gross ass game. Glad the cat got to show off a little bit, Tom. You think Urza Saga is the most fun card ever printed? Yeah, this is pretty fun. This is pretty fun. You think Kitten is the best non-power card in the cube? I think that is a little bit of a stretch. Certainly has the highest ceiling. That's hard to argue with. It or maybe Breach, huh? Both doing similar things there. Oh, you liked the sweeper play? Yeah. I don't think a lot of people do it just because like it seems counterintuitive when you have those like big constructs there. But yeah, I thought it made sense. We actually have some options here, huh? So if you Emissary, and then Lotus Petal, Soul Guide, Lantern, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 artifacts in play. But then you're 1 mana short of playing the Kappa Cannoneer, because the Lotus Petal can't tap for mana and tap for the blue for Cannoneer. So just be a turn 3 turtle. So this is kind of what I'm used to Pinnacle Emissary doing. Just being a little raise the alarm. And in constructed, like a artifact creature raise the alarm is insane because now you're like your thought casts and stuff are all juiced up. Your deck's a little bit less focused in cube. You're not playing 4 thought cast for the 2/2 that draws 2. You're not playing like 3 Kappa Cannoneers. There's just 1 in here somewhere. Oh, you liked getting Skull Clamp? I guess Saga could get there eventually. I think about just casting Emissary next turn, cashing in my Lotus Petal. Get a thing into play. Gotta pay attention to their graveyard now. We've got this Soul Guide Lantern. They have an Uro in the bin. And now we don't have red mana for the Emissary, and that's okay. I was 1 mana away there from spinning the Urza. I actually wonder if I activate... Oh, well, they're just answering Urza now. Sure. Fair enough. I was wondering whether I should play Battlesphere or activate Saga there, but my decision was kind of made for me, huh? Some pretty real damage coming through. I'm just going to keep on checking their graveyard like every 3 seconds. All paranoid like. How about now? Cards, please. Yeah, let's clamp another thing. Yeah, let's clamp another thing. Got some interesting decisions next turn. Whether you want a Comet or Battlesphere before Servan. Both representing a lot of potential damage. You do not need to set a stop to use Saga before it goes off on Arena. I definitely would have fucked that up by now if you did. It lets you respond to itself. Sometimes the Arena folks are really good at like realizing when that sort of thing is going to happen and be real feel bad if they don't give you a little bit extra time. They have a whole article about which cards get auto stops and which don't. Yeah. Nissa coming down. What do you think they're doing with this Nissa? Would you like to disenchant this 7/5 specifically? God, they're only at 3. 3 is just not very many lives. They are. They are destroying that one specifically. All right. I'll draw 2. Doesn't this put them, like, pretty dead on board? What are they looking for here? It is like a Black Lotus in their deck somewhere, and they're just, like, fishing for Lurrus. Yeah, just hoping that I have, like, no artifacts over here. I guess it's a plan. I don't know. Sometimes you just have to take risks, even if it's, like, unlikely. Like, maybe that's still your best chance of winning. We can see our hand and know that that's not a likely thing. The Warp Dude was face up. We didn't have... Oh, yeah, I guess we did have red for the Warp Dude. Well, maybe part of the hope was that we'd forget about it. I just don't know, chat. I just don't know. Sometimes you just don't know what the opponent's thinking. Could turn one Nettle Cyst, but the Nettle Cyst is not actually very good yet, right? So I think I'd rather get my Source of Blue Mana set up. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Painless Quill. Things of the Sod, things of 47 months there. A 2/2. No, that's an exciting card. I was looking forward to drawing some cards here, but I'm going to respect the Barrogoyf and put that shit on ice. And then I was hoping to have something to play immediately with the Seed Shark, get that immediate value, but we'd have to draw that now. They just source the token. Amazing. I like cracking the bobble on their turn. Oh, wow, huh? The reason I like cracking the bobble on their turn is if they have like a Mind Twist type card to nuke my hand, then I'd be losing one less card, right? And by drawing the extra on my turn here with the slow trip. I shall activate the ability. 6! Yes! That means more rolls, baby. 6! More! Again! Again! Come on, Comet! 6! Yes! The mark of the good guys! Let's go, Comet! 666! 5? Okay, okay. A little bit of damage here. 1 tokens. 3 rebuy a thing? 4 more damage. And that's it. That's all we got, friends. That's all we got. I guess I'll attack for the win. All right, you did good, Comet. You did good, you little pup. Just found a new favorite card. Yeah, you remember when they were at 18 and then they fucking died? I remember that. What just happened? That is a good question. Let's remove alchemy cards. Yeah. Oh, man. One card win cons should be banned from Cube. I mean, there's a lot of creatures that are considered one card win cons. Hey, Snake, thanks for the sub. Thanks for 33 months there. I think I'm going to hold on to my ones here. Sorok. I really want to get Mox Sapphire and just have this Emissary pop off a little bit more. But I think I'm just supposed to grab Urza's Saga. You lost a turn 1 Psychic Frog more than you'd like to admit in this cube? Yeah. That seemed like some normal Magic the Gathering. Got a decision here because I could play the Kappa Cannoneer instead of activating Urza's Saga by using the Plateau for Emissary and then tapping the Talisman for Soul Guide Lantern. I think I like that. How long have I been streaming on YouTube? This is day number 3, I think. So, very recently. Gives folks a tune-free option. Some people prefer the YouTube app on mobile. Well, I guess I'm glad the Terra Sunder isn't hitting Saga. Still a lot of damage they're getting in with there, huh? Getting Clamp again is tempting. Get my draw on. I keep on thinking I should be tutoring for Sapphire and then doing something different. Do they have another? Oh, they do. Yeah, mana short, huh? Of having memory lapse up on this turn. Then we could like really start popping off with Academy stuff. Oh well. Trample's dead on board. Oh, does the 4/3 have trample? I was unawares. Sure. It's unfortunate that our blue source comes to play tapped. If the talisman had been a blue talisman, it'd be a lot better. We're gonna just E-tutor for a turtle here. So I've been tutoring for Urza's Saga. Wondering if that's the play here. I might want that the 3/3 that tutors from that spits out a bunch of 1/1s. That might be the best way to pressure at Jace. Also plays well with this clamp, right? Yeah, you got it. This isn't that good because then like the Nadu just gums up my blocking plans, but it is potentially worth 6 cards with the clamp here if they don't gunk up the clamp. I don't know. Yeah, is this supposed to get turtle it up? Hopefully my line explained your question on Twitch chat. Hopefully your question has been answered. Why I didn't turbo out Talisman earlier. Fate Sealing is a little odd. Jace needs to minus 12 for the decking to win the game. I've only drawn Academy like once, right? Oh yeah, you're good on Twitch chat. Why didn't we cast Emissary of Workshop to get one more token off Mox? Do we need blue mana or something? I don't know. I might have just missed it. That the Workshop would net me a mana there. This is some of the most aggressive Jace upticking I've seen in a long time. Green Sun for 3, sure. Really hoping to find an Academy. Oh, farts. Hate that for me. Very possible I should have just damned here. We'll see. You want to see Balance do something cool? I think that's very unlikely this game. They're just gonna copy Rex Sage and blow by Mox Sapphire, I guess. Balance would make them discard 2 cards here. Fuck, Mind Twist would be so strong in this spot. I think I'm going to cast it anyway. In that case, though, I shouldn't have played the Dam. I should have just Portable Hold my own 1/1. No, it says opponent controls, yeah. Yeah, I just don't think we have a good chance of beating either of these cards. So making them discard 1 is okay, I guess. Can we just hold nothing? Not with the 3 fucking colorless mana. Can only be used to cast artifact spells. Cannot be used to cast a balance. Cannot be used to cast the white unportable hole. Chat's real confused about that one. Those old boomer cards. Those old boomer cards. Mister's Workshop there. I think we're very likely to lose the Sandstone now. Seems bad for me. Opponent, you fool. The life gain from Vaultborn Tyrant is going to be undone at end of turn. Yeah, if I could have gotten the portable hole out of my hand and thus ended the end stone, I think we would have been fine against just like the eventual Nissa with what we drew here. But I'm feeling pretty dead in this spot. I was thinking maybe we found Cat and started blinking Mightstone. That could do something. Am I going to play best of 3? No. No, I don't want to have to sink a bunch of money into Arena to play Cube. I'm gonna use the Mishra's Bauble on myself, I think, and then decide if I want to crack my fetch on my turn or their turn. Ooh, hold on. Maybe I'm not cracking this Bauble. Because it's just like 3 mana towards the Kappa. Fairy Avatar going ham, yeah, right? Yeah, pillage that bog. I wonder if I should crack this Bauble or not. I think I'll let it chill for a turn. Cannoneer does indeed trigger on the mirror, yeah. Oh, I think they thought they were going to get another land with the Mycospawn. Should have just cloned my turtle. Just gotta dodge Hoof this turn. We'll be alright. Rough stuff. And I thought everything was going so well. I wonder if I Otawara bounce for Fellows, do they have enough here? They have to tap the Llanowar Elves to play the Hoof at that point, and then it's 3 creatures attacking. It'd be 9 plus 7 plus 7. Yeah, I don't think it would be enough. Oh, but then the Battlesphere wouldn't be in play. That'd still be enough. Plenty of damage. Damn. Was going so well until it wasn't. I wonder what the Bauble would have found. Balance or something would have been sick there. 3 and 3. I thought that deck was going to do way better than 3 and 3. We had some tough games. Opponents getting stronger. As this vintage cube. Yep. Sometimes it happens. We had some games with like some interesting decisions. We didn't really there. It was just both of us dumping our hands. But there were some spots. The game that I tutored for Emissary, like if I tutor for Urza's Saga there, right? It's just a very different game. Things of that ilk. All right. We had a couple bustos. I'm just going to take the pack one, pick one Flage. See how that treats us. Removal or unfair wins. I would describe my last draw as unfair, Mystery Rat. We were on the draw. We had them dead on our next turn. You were correct that removal interaction is important, but the term unfair is basically meaningless. People like use fair and unfair based on like who literally wins the game. We are seeing an early channel, but that is unfortunately not what I'm doing here. Yeah, fairness as a indicator of like power level or whatever has always been pretty nonsense. Very few people mean the same thing. For a very long time, it literally just meant combo. And now that like storm combo is pretty dog shit, like people still mean it. I do like the term powered, if that's what people actually mean. Like fast Moxen starts and stuff. Proactive is a good word. But both of those things don't mean fair versus unfair. Feels like an outdated term. Kind of. I don't think it even made sense back in the day. There are some streamers that just like... That's what they had enjoyed about playing Vintage Cube was forcing Storm every time. And then people watching them thought that was like something that you had to do. Even when like Thoughtseize into Hymn to Turok was just like a perfectly viable strategy. Or just curving out with white creatures was actually like the highest winning thing to do in the cube for a long time. And now like Boros is probably the highest win rate. Is Boros an unfair deck? Kind of. Like it can have unfair draws. But like you're just playing dudes. It's not really a combo thing that you would normally associate with fairness. So I don't think it's ever been an especially good term in terms of like evaluating cube decks, but it's like getting more and more meaningless as time goes on. I like Metamorph a lot if you get Pyrogoyf. I haven't gotten to combine them yet in this cube. I'm just going to grab Chain Lightning. Helps us cut red aggro a little bit better. Oh, man. Atali is, like, always tempting to me, and it shouldn't be. Should probably just take the Baked Canyon. If I'd already had a trophy today, I'd probably have an Atali in my stack right now. I'm jonesing for some W's. Kind of an unpleasant pack here. Rabble Master can be okay if you have a lot of fast mana, so you can like play it turn 1 or turn 2 consistently. And you win your die rolls. It also pairs well with Goblin Bombardment. It's very niche though, right? Like it's not really something you want early on. It's kind of something you want when you have those things. I think MacD is just kind of okay. I'll snag it, why not? Boros got super strong after the Lord of the... I like having a little bit of that exile white removal, so you don't just get bricked up by giant blockers. Modern Horizons 3 is the Boros set? Yeah, exactly. Certainly helped out with 4th. But the Boros aggro deck doesn't even get 4th all the time. Other decks will splash for it. Maybe I should be grabbing those black duels in case we see Booster Tutor. Lion Sash is a better card than Bomat Courier. It wins more games than Bomat Courier, but I think Bomat Courier is going to fit my curve better. Getting kind of aggro here. I can also dump a lot of cards in the graveyard for Flage, so I'm going to try it out. Got a Mox Jet here. Hey, the Elite Troll. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for sharing that Prime there. The sound is cutting in and out on YouTube once in a while. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't really know what the issue is or what to do about it. If it's a persistent problem, I'll look into it. But for now, all I can do is offer my apologies. Hoping either the Elegant Parlor or the Hazoret Wheels here. Ragavan, huh? Man, the Landfall deck that we had earlier really needed Strip Mine. We were certainly fighting somebody for green that time. You could take Strip Mine here. You could also try to splash the Recall. I think I'm just going to grab Ragavan. We had 2 duels so far. Maybe if it was a Mox Sapphire, huh? I like both these white cards. I'm considering the Lutri. We have a little bit of burn here, and Lutri combining with it could close somebody out. We also might get stuff like Fury and what, and just like always having a red card would be really nice with that. It'd also fit that Recall we just passed, but you know, what are you gonna do? Giver of Runes, Reprieve, both fine ways of helping push through Ragavan in their own way. Yeah, Saga just being like a creature land here seems pretty reasonable. All these like equipment are kind of good. Hell yeah. Thinking about that sort of Fire and Ice. Also considering Kytheon. I should probably grab that Kytheon. Something about Sword is it is now juicing up the Saga tokens. We're now officially an equipment deck. I actually like all 4 of these. Now that we're in Urza Saga deck, all 4 of them kind of make sense. Pirate Spellbomb would be some tutorable damage from the Saga. Galvanic Blast has a really good chance of being a 1-mana deal 4. And the other 2 are like creatures that also spit out artifacts, which is nice. Are we a Mox Opal deck? Just like that? Hard to pass an Inti, but... So I was talking about Pyrokinesis and Lutri earlier. I'm going to take Carnage Interpreter. This thing spits out 4 clues when it comes into play. That's going to make those Saga tokens mighty large. It's also just like a good card with our current equipment. By having a 5/5 Menace, get like +1/+0 in haste, or +1/+1 in trample is pretty sick. How are you supposed to use Coveted Jewel in this cube? Typically, the easiest way is to pair it with the cat that blinks things, the 4-mana 2/2, and then you just blink it over and over and draw through your deck that way. A backup plan, if you don't draw your cat, is to sacrifice it to like a Thopter Foundry or a Tinker or something. A Goblin Bombardiers. Those are all fine ways of getting rid of it so the opponent doesn't get it. Was Hazret better than Revoker? I think so. Yeah, Revoker kind of sucks, and Hazret is sweet, so hope that helps. I was tanking on Reprieve earlier, and now we're a bit more hand-dumpy. Are the alternate arts cards you see based on your collection? I don't know. Maybe. I think you can set some preferred arts for some cards. That might have something to do with it. So I'd like to cut the Mach D. Hey, you got that Gal Blast back. I'm going to take Gut here. And the only reason that I'm going to take Gut is because it's the best card in the pack. In terms of wheels, Marsh Flats, Soul Cauldron, Esper Sentinel are all kind of reasonable with this start. Little plateau action. So Generous Plunder does spit out Treasure. And has Menace. We're just going to take the Lelia. It's just like a little bit better than the artifacty options here. I think we're probably not playing Hired Claw too, even though I like that card. Let's see, we got Forest Lands. I don't hate the idea of cutting the Overlord. It's solid, it's a good card, but I don't think we need it. I guess it's like a pile of bodies. Does this cube feel different enough from the MTGO version to me? I've been saying it's like kind of similar to a MTGO overhaul. It feels very similar. So I was skeptical that it would feel different enough going in. But I have been enjoying it. You like to Fire Blast with the Otter Companion? That'd be kind of fun. We are looking more and more mono reddish too. A lot of interesting options here. Lightning Helix good against other aggro decks. Death Greeter's Champion's the best card. I wonder with our artifact emphasis if Smuggler's Copter is where it's at, though. Just having another artifact beater. I can't. What's the word? I can't tell you how to spend your money, Benny Limit Fish. I have no idea if you would enjoy it or not. Copter is much worse than it used to be, just because it's like competing with a lot more. Power level is risen, that sort of deal. Kind of like the Swift Spear, too. Double white on Overlord isn't too much? No. I mean, we got, I might cut Overlord anyway, but we have Flage in here. Not playing Flage is just the 3-mana Lightning Helix, right? Ooh. And the Death Greeter came back. Jesus. The Qs are so aggro heavy, like, it feels like Lightning Helix would be great. We just, like, have a solid amount of burn already, though. And Death Greeter is so good. It just kills people. I haven't played with the sword in years, EPL. Years and years. And we're, yeah. It is a little bit more aggressive than Umezawa's. Umezawa's probably a little bit better in a creature mirror. But the main reason that I want to jam it here is, again, I just have not played with it in a very long time. These two are intuitive cuts. Yeah, it might just be Plunder or Nemesis and ship it. Oh, they're counting Mox Jet as a land and Mox Opal. I haven't seen much Reanimator in this cube. People just haven't been jamming it too much, I don't think. They are not counting Urza Saga twice. Yeah, we already have 3 pieces of equipment. And do I really want number 4? Good evening, Author Meathorn. Is the point of Moxes that they aren't lands? Nope. The point is that they are replacing lands in your mana base. You're right that if you only have a Mox as your land for the turn and you don't have a land drop, then that's bad. But in this case, you're jumping your curve, right? So you're not keeping one landers all the time. And in a similar way, you're not going to keep a hand that's just a Mox Jet. So it lets you skip your 1-drop and go straight to 2, which is very powerful. But that doesn't mean that you want to, like, play 17 lands and then 3 Moxes on top of that, and now all of a sudden you got 20 mana sources. You're just going to flood the bejeebus all the time. We'll try out Umezawa's. I imagine that the mana smoothing does not count Moxen as lands, because the calculator for your mana base doesn't count them as lands either. Oh, you have to manually set the companion? It's a bummer. I'll try to remember to do it after this game. I intended to play the Lutri Chrono. I did not intentionally not play my companion. It was an accident. I'm going to reset it after this game here. Yeah, Magic Online, if it's if you have a companion, it just like automatically gives it to you. I'm actually gonna discharge this Bob. This was a fucking adventure to find my Umezawas and then activate it. Would you like to equip? I would not. Can you all even like mouse over this and see the Umezawas as viewers? Is that like a possible thing? Clicking the X1 does nothing. You can't see shit. The Saga didn't bother me as much as the Umezawas there. Like the Saga being overly visible is not really as big of a deal as the Umezawas being invisible. To me. Do I just sack or do I blast, huh? And there was much regret. Four cards we lost. They're probably bangers too. And they're playing Oculus this turn. That's real bad for me. All those cards were dog shit. Even if they're just lands, it would have been pretty useful here. Yeah. So they just milled a lifelinker that would have been pretty insane to flip up mid-combat. It's about what I expected there. The other critter to beam. Yeah, no Parallax Wave or anything to pull me back in here. Parallax Wave, one of the best cards in the cube. And sadly missing from this deck. Alright, I need some water. Some water. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah, it was a bummer missing out on those 4 cards. I don't know what combination of 4 cards would let me win that game, though. Maybe the wins. Could have done something. Oh, right, the fucking companion slot. Oh, well. On the draw. Give Reverence. Awkward. We're going to play the Rag turn 1. Fair enough. Well, at least I drew a 2-drop after getting Strip Mine there. Nice. Yeah, the treasure is going to make it a lot easier for them to get back the Flage. It's a little scary. Sure. I guess I should have played this before the Mox, huh? For the extra loyalty. I don't think I got Graveyard Hate in this deck. I think I'm supposed to grab the Boomant Courier or the Pyrite Spellbomb here. Yeah, the Generous Plunder ability is damage, so a Shadow Spear on Plunder is a lot of life gain in this spot. Oh, do they have haste boots? They don't. They're getting Black Lotus. Okay. I guess they get to kill Plunderer and go up to 7. And on board, we only have 5 damage between the Nemesis and the Pyrite Spellbomb. Galv Blast off the top could be pretty good. Or my own Flage, huh? So you quit the Shadow Spear and serve, they just take 4. Is there a card that I could draw that would change how I wanted to attack? Yeah, I think I should have attacked first. Couple random missteps they could have made. But yeah, where's that on board, right? 15. This is 9 by itself. Kind of a wild game, right? Little artifact aggro mirror. Essentially 1 life difference there at the end. Because the Pirate Spellbomb could have gone face, right? I don't know. I don't know if I missed a single point there somewhere, but I don't feel bad about that loss. So close. Very close, yeah. Oh, I still don't have Lutri in here. I guess I just don't have that, Opponent agreed to die to Bolt. Every block available was worse, Wujo. Can you spellbomb the Nemesis so they can't gain life? I could do, but you're dead on the crackback, so it doesn't matter if they can gain life anymore, Kane. You would not gain 6 total, I don't think. Or I guess you would have. But gaining an extra 2 wasn't enough either. Again, the 6/6 was worth 9 damage. And then they had like 3 power creatures on top of that. Y'all are like greatly underestimating the amount of damage my opponent had on board there. If you think we were just like a few life points shy of getting there. Raid. Is that a BM Kibler raid? Hell yeah. Y'all give Kibler a follow if you have not, for some reason. The Hall of Famer, the legend, the Dragon Master. Y'all are coming in at an interesting point. I'm tanking on whether I should turn to this Carnage Interpreter, basically. Bidding all of my sweet cards, but having a juicy 5/5. I'm gonna do it. The biggest miss is the Champion, because like Champion, Pumpin' Ragavan could be sick next turn. We lose 4 cards, we gain 4 treasure, or clues rather. That's fine. What's BK up to these days? I assume he was probably playing some powered cube on Arena, but I don't know that. What was Kibler doing? You would have cast Champion on Rag. Well, we're post-combat, so casting Champion on the Rag gives you a 2/1 double striker and a 3/2. But you wouldn't have double strike with the Rag on this turn. You would have been passing the turn and waiting and doing nothing there, which is fine, but it's not quite as exciting as you're making it out to seem, maybe. Killer is also cubing. Makes sense. It's repping 5+ damage. Oh, weird. I was unaware that I was not repping 5+ damage. Do I like the best of 1 on Arena? I prefer it. A chunk. Yeah, I thought this deck was solid on paper and has not been quite getting there. Just had a really close Boros Mirror. Lost by a single point. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Sisypherum, thanks for the sub, thanks for sharing that Prime. Yeah, we started out fairly normal, and then we got an Urza Saga and started getting like more and more artifacty as we went. But the draft started with Pack 1, Pick 1, Flage. But we haven't drawn the Flage or the Urza Saga. And those would be good. I like cracking the clue there because if you hit Bomat Courier, you just have lethal. You go Courier and Chain Lightning their face, and that's just Xaxes that turn. If you Chain Lightning instead of Lava Spur Boots, you turn off Ancient Tomb as a land. But I liked this better because the damage from Carnage Interpreter is less of a sure thing than the damage from Chain Lightning. If they play a removal spell next turn, then the Lava Spur isn't necessarily getting that point of damage in. And then the Chain Lightning's not lethal. If the opponent recasts Chain, do you also get the chance to recast Chain? You do. They used to be more common when Magic was a little slower. Chain Lightning's getting targeted back and forth. Yeah, so long as people want to keep on putting 2 red mana into it. Oh, I'd better not fucking die here. I better not die to this stupid dog. I say this after, like, absolutely 18ing somebody. I feel a little vindicated in my decision to get the Lava Spur point of damage in, but they ended up tapping the Ancient Tomb anyway, so it didn't really matter. Just a sad little lava axe. Sometimes Comet does absolutely nothing. Sometimes it, like, literally just wins the game, and sometimes it's like, yeah, nothing, your turn. Down tick my Planeswalker. Favorite soda to go for? The Dew. The Dew's my favorite. I've been drinking diet soda lately, though. Mixture of diet colas. Hey, we got our first win. We're on the board. Oh, wait, cancel. No! Damn it! I keep on forgetting to add my fucking Lutri. I even remembered right after I clicked go, but it was like, it just matched me too quickly. There's too many people that want to play Cube. How about that for a complaint? Leading on the plains, because I would rather a plains get strip mined than a mountain. If I had a choice here. Depending on what they do, I almost like Tezzeret over Nemesis. The Tez can tutor for Mox, and then I'll have 2 Mox in. And then that sets me up for Nemesis plus Equip next turn. I think I prefer that. And then you got to run the Mox out right now, so the Tezzeret gains the loyalty. So the Guide of Souls by itself doesn't clear it. So I could untap the Mox Opal and run out Lavamancer, which I kind of dig, but I'm just going to untap the Nemesis, I think. The nice thing about running out the Lavamancer is if they've got like a Path or a Swords or something for the Nemesis, then we have a creature in play ready to like suit up with either Sword or Umezawa's next turn. Hardcast Once Upon a Time? That is not what you want to be doing. Yeah, my opponents have been tougher today than yesterday for sure, Grizzlefather. That happens on Magic Online too. Wow, they're just letting me connect? Jesus. I gotta say, The arena UI is not conductive to Umezawa's. How do I know what they're targeting? It's the Nemesis, right? Whatever. Carnage Interpreter's good. I think Carnage Interpreter's good. Whee! That was a large ass Karnstruct, Tom. Don't forget loot tree. Right, I will add the loot tree. Yeah, used to Magic Online auto companioning if you have an eligible one. Hey. So this isn't a very aggressive hand. We don't have like 1-drops and 2-drops and stuff. We don't have Moxen spitting out the Lelion too. But I think Urza's Saga is good enough in this deck. And we do have like a blast for a 1-drop. Speaking of. We do have to choose between Saga on turn 2 or setting up for Lelia on turn 3. Because I'm going to play Lelia on turn 3, then I don't want to play Saga on 2. They have something? They're acting like it. Maybe a Mox Diamond they're wondering if they should play or something. Well, you're not going to see this blast. In an ideal world, we would destroy, well, a Mox for the turn 2 Lelia and playing the Saga. But destroying a 2-drop to run out here would make things a little cleaner, too. I think that's another mark in terms of not playing the Saga this turn. I'm actually not sure if I played out next turn either. Like, if I go Lelia and then Sword Equip. It's a bummer we're missing out on the Trampler. That would have played really well with Evora here. I think I'm going to play towards the Sword Equip next turn. Just assume we'll get to untap with Laelia. It might be bad. It might be a bad assumption. Very possible I should have played Saga there. Am I going to play any Halloween or spooky games over Halloween? What day is Halloween? Friday. Hell yeah, we're going to play some spooky games. There's a, There's a game company that I like. They put out like Botanicula and Samorost 3 I streamed recently, really enjoyed it. And apparently they did like kind of a spooky game. And I think that's pretty high up on my list of spooky games that I want to stream. Yeah, so the Sword of Fire and Ice is kind of nice here, because then the Oko can't just make the Laelia into a 3-3, is the idea. This song always gets stuck in your head, and then you sing it, and your wife's like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Right? It's... It is kind of a fucked up song. And it does get stuck in my head, too. I looked into other tracks by the band. They're kind of all like this. All kind of like moody and gothic. With some nice guitar riffs. No Oko activation. Pass turn. Concede. I'll take it! Hell yeah, Reese. Glad you've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying the variety streams a lot, too. Those have been sweet. Thank you, Lutri. Yeah, that was all Lutri. Sure. Hey, Nicole, thanks for the 94 months. You're never going to see a Mirari the same way again. Nicole, referring to a very involved match we played before CubeCon. There was something called the Jank Synergy Cube. And I think we ended up going to 4 games. In one of the games, we ended up drawing. But I was playing a Land Destruction deck that was trying to use Mirari to copy Land Destruction spells. Anyway, we had some nice back and forths. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Kibo MTG, thanks for the sub, thanks for sharing that Prime. Jank Synergy sounds fun. It was a good time. I did play against the Cube Maker, and at first he's like, oh, nice, nobody ever drafts the Land Destruction deck. I'm really excited to see someone play it now. And then as he like ended each game with 0 lands in play, he looked like less and less excited about it. He was a good sport, though. Literal Lucifer, thanks for the sub. Lucifer says, Cube for the Cube Gods. How have I been enjoying Arena Cube? It's been solid. It's been a good time. I was very skeptical that it wouldn't feel different enough from the from the Magic Online Vintage Cube. And I think there's something to that still, but Comet is some pretty quality nonsense. that we're kind of fortunately spared from most of the time. I almost just like hucking a burn spell at their face, but I think if they went to kill Bomat, I would sack it here. So I'm just gonna leave the Mox Opal up. Do 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 do. Perfect. Beautiful. Can actually crack a clue if we want to. Have I drafted Booster Tutor yet? Yeah, I had it in... I actually splashed for it in a Boros deck very similar to this one. Splash Booster Tutoring. It led to some really pretty wild games. I think it was the last draft that I did yesterday. What pack does it give it to you to open? It makes one from the cube, which is how most people play with it in person. Oh, that's why they were mousing my Mox Opal. They're like, what do I do with this? Huh. So it'd be 12 plus 4. Feels weird to leave him with a Dak Faden, but... we do have a Spell Bomb that the Saga can grab. Yeah, Carnage Interpreter rips in these artifact aggro decks. I've gotten to pair it with Academy before a few times. That's always fun. I think I don't like this hand. Turn 1 Bomat Courier on the draw into Avora. This would be a good hand if you knew your opponent was playing like a slow control deck and like pretty dog shit against everything else with no interaction, no fast mana or anything. I'm gonna mull. This hand has a lot of the same problems, but we are a card down, so oh well. I think in a Powered Cube, you should take your first mulligan pretty aggressively. And then once you're lower, you can loosen your range of potential keeps. It's got a lot of mana up. Just taking damage, huh? Our best draw here would be a 0 drop, so we could just like jam it plus land and Hazoret serve. That's a lot of churn. What they first discard. Just lands. If I was playing a bunch of Frantic Surge, Faithless Looting type stuff in the opponent's sort of shell, I'd be playing Uro for sure. Faithless Looting basically gets you to Uro by itself. We kind of want to empty our hand anyway, so there's like a lot of lands that we wouldn't actually play with the Laelia. But Urza Saga is certainly one of them, right? If I hit Urza Saga off Laelia, I would play it as my land drop here. We got an interesting decision whether to equip Shadow Spear or leave a Bowman Courier. Four cards is a lot of cards. I don't know if it's better than just playing a Hazoret, though. I wonder if the Shadow Spear should have gone on Laelia. They already don't want to block Screaming Nemesis. Fair enough. Don't love this so far. Oh, never mind. I love it. Yeah, that was good. Looked like they were about to drop a fast bond on me and make my life real awkward. Remember that we started out this league 0-2? Don't call it a comeback. You can call it if you want. I don't care. Why would that matter? I guess. It's kind of just a handful of shit, But I think Lavamancer into Copter is probably reasonable. The Lutri Cheerleader. There's a Pauper player that always includes a, what is it, Poison Tongue Frog in their sideboard. No chance of playing it. They're playing like Mono Red or whatever. They always have their little cheerleader frog. The Overlord Waffle Hum. I'll decline. Gut kind of made this pile of shit look a lot better, huh? When I have all this beautiful sack fodder. Uh-oh. I think this is the first Entomb I've played against. I keep on seeing it like tabling and stuff. You kind of wonder what folks are doing. It's so good. If you're doing reanimator-y things. Grave Titan. Is Grave Titan beatable? Oh, they're deathing, so they're going down to 6. That's very beatable. So if I Pyrite Spellbomb, sack to kill the Mastermind. I think that's just it, huh? Yeah, then we play Ragavan, use that to crew the Copter. Copter's connecting, and one of the two 4-1 Menaces is going to connect. Because they only have 3 blockers. Six and 2. The 0 and 2 to 6 and 2. The back rally. Yeah, I scrubbed my first 2 drafts today, and then I forced Boros as like a try-hard move. It would have been embarrassing to 0-3. I was starting out 0-2. I was like, oh my god. One of those losses was to the mirror, too, but still. Power Cube is pretty swingy. Fucking Caracas. We'll see. That might just dick me up by itself. Caracas really good against Hazoret, too. Very tempting to lay the Nemesis back. The hope was to go Umezawa's equipped this next turn. Don't mind me, I'll just put another legend to hand here. You think they should have left Umezawa's? I don't think so. They would have had a rough time if I'd played an equipped there. I mean, I guess they had the mana up for Commando, but... yeah. Maybe I should do this now. I could get, like, super blown out by a remand if I do it on their turn. I'd like to pay with the only mana I have available, please. Oh, this doesn't do anything. Because I didn't pay any energy, right? Or no, it's going to give me the energy to choose both times, maybe. The other day I copied a, what was it? A Sunburst type card, and that one did nothing. I think that's what was tripping my brain up. Discharge, obviously not the same thing. No, I was not Lutrying a Pented Prism. A few problems with that. Yeah, I'm just getting fucking handled by this Caracas, and that's all there is to it. Pretty unreasonable card. More unreasonable than Comet? No. Well, it's in the conversation. Caracas. It's a little free. I would rather lose to Comet killing turn 1 than, like, lose to staring at 3 legends in my hand with my opponent with a Caracas in play, personally, but everyone's a little different, I guess. Well, at least that wasn't a scrub-a-dub. You think there's more Planeswalker removal than land destruction? Yeah, but Comet can just I'm talking about that turn. So, like, your sorcery speed Planeswalker removal's not doing anything if you're just dead, right? I also feel there's way more games where the Caracas thing happens than there are games where Comet one-shots somebody. If there were way fewer legends in the cube, I would also be much more fine with Caracas. Back in the day, it felt like it was, like, not that big of a thing. You were mostly using it to, like, target your own stuff. And now that it feels like the cube is, like, half fucking legends. How's this talking about Entomb? Should we pack one, pick one, and Entomb? You're probably supposed to take the Caracas. I'm really interested in what 17's lands win rate is for Caracas, but it's probably fucking stupid. I haven't really reanimated, so I'm gonna Entomb anyway. This is a sick pack. Dress, Strip Mine, Voidwalker, Ritual. I'm gonna take this Ritual. You think Caracas is better than Power? I don't think it's better than Power, but I think it's probably higher than most people, myself, realize. Now we can grab this Life Death. Vaultborn Tyrant is worth reanimating, but it's like on the edge, you know, it's one of the mediums. If there was a Griselbrand, Atraxa, or Archon here, I'd be tempted to grab that over Life Death. This starts legit. It's pretty legit, huh? Maybe we can turn one in Archon or something. Yeah, Wodar. 17 lands needs a lot of data. I think it'll be a few days. And then stuff will shift around for like a week after that. So one thing you want in Reanimator, besides just like the premium things to reanimate and the better reanimation effects and stuff, and some discard to push all that through, is consistency. So tutors are where it's at. Grave Titan is like not the literal worst thing to reanimate, but it's not super impressive either. I think there's an argument for it. I think there's an argument for Shelldock Isle. Pretty good reanimator card if you end up in blue-black. And then I think I'm going to take the Liliana out of this pack. Liliana is a little bit weaker than she used to be, but we do have a Dark Ritual to get her down on turn 1, and that can still be good in some spots. Still a discard outlet if we draw a fatty naturally. So if I'd taken the Shelldock, I'd be very interested in this counter spell. I think I still want it. I'm just going to think here for a sec. There's a Snuff Out too. There was a while where I leaned black-red Reanimator. The red mid-range creatures and aggro creatures have a lot of like natural loot effects that play well there. A lot of filtering, a lot of churn. That style of deck plays really well with Recurring Nightmare. But blue also has some nice loots and tutors. Mystical Tutor for Entomb is really nice. I skipped Yawgmoth? I did, yeah. You typically want to draft Yawgmoth in decks with a bunch of creatures that you want to sacrifice. And this is not really that start, is it? I could conceive of a Reanimator deck where you might want to play Yawgmoth. It just wouldn't look like this. Maybe some green-black pile. Yeah, I would also have Ophiomancer in if I had Yawgmoth. I agree with that. What band is this? We are currently listening to Yes. Classic prog band. I almost like Consult over Bone Shards. Bone Shards is like a very elegant way to bin a fatty as the Reanimator player. But I wonder if just having more filtering is better. Yeah, the Fetch and the Ponder are both more tempting to me than the Narset, but we're just going to grab Emperor Bones. Yeah, Roundabout is best. Yes's most known song. They've got a few bangers though, for sure. Yeah, long time is up there. You cannot use LED to cast from hand unless that card has Madness, but in that case, it's not really from hand. So there's Toxic Deluge here as a sweeper. And then Brainstorm is very interesting. We have some Shovel Effect action already with the Entomb. And then it's a cantrip filling up the graveyard for Treasure Cruise. And it could even set up the Undercity Sewers, right? Turn the sewers into an actual Entomb. Gobin is a pretty reasonable looter, which I wouldn't mind in this style of deck. Because there's only one black sweeper, I think I'm going to take the Toxic Deluge, and then I would take the Brainstorm over Gobin, I think. Hey, there we go. That is the shit we're looking for. Mystical Tutor would be great, but we really need some premium reanimatables, and that's one of the very best. Garbage. Bunch of garbage. Grumble would be good in a green-black reanimator. Hey, a little Delta there. If the Delta wasn't in the pack, I'd be on the Inquisition. Those are my 3 top picks for the sections, yeah. There's a 9/9 that people play in older formats sometimes, where like if a card would go to your opponent's graveyard, it exiles, and then you get to play it for free. It's not in the cube, but if it was in the cube, I think it'd be like close to that level too. It's got like ward, sack 3 permanents or something. It's pretty good. Yeah, Valgaboth. I think they tried it out in the Magic Online Vintage Cube, and then pulled it for some reason, but I thought it was good enough for sure. His mana base is looking a real good, huh? And multiple fetches for our Delve card. Safekeeper would be interesting in Reanimator. Just protect your critters. Reanimate is in the cube, yeah. How's the Arena Cube going? Pretty well. I'm going to play a cover of Roundabout. Because we were talking about it anyway. Am I high on Fire Covenant? Yeah, that card's great. We already have Toxic Deluge here, of course. We are supposed to take the Faithless Looting just in case we ended up playing red. Hey, the Mystical Tutor Wheel. Love to see it. The Mystical Tutor means that we're going to just, like, essentially have Entomb and Life Death more often. I think it's going to become a lot more consistent. Would I say that I like 6 or 7 more? Well, I don't know if I can choose. Had a nice 6/6 turn on Comet earlier. It's hard to argue with. Does one ever grab reanimated targets first? Oh, yeah. The cool thing about grabbing something like Archon, Atraxa, or Griselbrand early on is those cards also play well with Sneak Attack, Show and Tell. You know, there's a bunch of ways of cheating them in. Atraxa you can flash in. Hell yeah. Deck needed a little Mox boost. I think I'm going to grab this Sundering Titan as a backup reanimatable. I haven't played a Sundering Titan against somebody in a very long time. Currently low on playables. We need... Ooh, Necromancy. We need Necromancy. No, we need like 8, and so it's now at 7. There's a couple of filler cards in our sideboard that we could run if we needed to. So I'm not too worried, but currently they're on my board for a reason, right? It's a pretty good Snapcaster. Maybe that's better than Crab. Persist is actually good with my reanimation targets. That doesn't happen very often. Little tar pit action. Souls of the Lost can be a way of binning things. I'm going to take Probe here. I think Probe is better. Another free card to the bin for the delving and stuff. What is with people just passing Urza Saga willy-nilly? I guess I'm in Urza Saga deck, alright. I could consider. I think I'm gonna take the miscalc. We do not have free red duels for Gobin's other side. All right, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. That just needs to happen. All right, all right, all right. Arena helpfully giving me some forests to play this life. I kind of like the trainer. I'm gonna cut it though. I'm expecting some fucked up games out of this deck. We'll see. Would I say unfair games? Maybe. I kind of dug the Dark Ritual there. The issue with Bone Shards is that we just don't have a target. If I don't play a land, I've been the Archon to hand size. Kind of interesting. Yeah, right now we actually have 2 counters up because we can Miscalc or Dark Ritual out the Mystic Confluence. Makes me feel kind of safe. So they didn't want me to draw the Entomb. They could have Brain Freezed there and just fire off a little Brain Freeze. That would have forced me to crack the Lantern anyway. Your turn. Are we having fun yet? Game felt kind of cruel, huh? But I guess that is the point of Sundering Titan. Yeah, Railroad, they could Wasteland a blue source, go to the second main phase, play a land, play something. I guess. I wasn't too worried about it, clearly. With this hand, you have to decide whether you're going to turn to Liliana or for turn 1 Urza Saga instead of turn 2 activation. I think I'm going to go for the Liliana line. Look at them rumbling malevolently. Just bid in 3 lands, sure. This might just waltz into some graveyard hate, but who knows if they got an answer to the Liliana, and then you won't have your discard outlet next turn. So it's a little scary, but I'm going to do this. Also nice to uptick before they get currency converter down. What's up, Broman? Yeah, you got it. Hey, Liliana was supposed to uptick again, get their last card out of there. I guess we'll find out. I'm just going to do my thing so I can F6. Essentially. It's a very lazy way to play Magic. Clean little 2-0 start here. So Miscalc into Toxic's pretty good. Having both fatties in hand is a little awkward because it bricks in Tomb as a draw. I'm gonna send it back. Sure. Got me. I think they're gonna flash in something awesome here. Oh, yeah. probably don't want that one resolving. I'm a mana short here. Mystical Tutor for Entomb. Crack the Lantern. Cast the Entomb. Lane for turn. I'm a mana short. If this was Reanimate instead of Life Death, I could make an Archon here and that'd be pretty good. I think I'm supposed to crack Lantern. It's also mighty tempting to tutor for Toxic Deluge instead of the Entomb Archon. One of the reasons that I led on the Lantern crack is if I naturally drew Toxic, it'd be pretty good there. Got some lands to work with over here. It's kind of what I was expecting. So Toxic Deluge for 4 kills me. Huh. All right. I don't think it's enough, but it's cute. I like the timing here because once the Ghostfire resolves, the bombardment triggers are pretty lethal. I might just be dead anyway. It also makes them discard their card if it's a sorcery type thing. I was kind of wondering what was going to happen if they Parallax Wave targeted their Flicker Wisp there. Perfect. The perfect card. Did they have lethal? I think they were one short. Or actually, maybe more. We had Tar Pit that we could activate to block too. Best archetype in the cube? I would guess Boros, Nandy, but we'll see what 17 Lands says in a few days. The classic slow dredge maneuver. Our best draws now would be like a Dark Ritual or a Mox to just like turn 2 our Persist. Well, that's pretty good. Fair enough. What do you think, opponent? Yes, I'm miscalcing. I was gonna make me choose a swamp, but I already chose an island. All right, fine. Ooh, a 6/9. Nice. Oh, and I lose my other island. That's a huge fucking bummer. Opponent did good with their land drops after seeing the Centering Titan get binned earlier. Yeah, they have a shitload of mana now. You prefer a 6/7? Look, I don't care what you do in the privacy of your own home, but please try to keep the open perversion to a minimum. This is a family-friendly stream. Kind of regretting playing the miscalc over the counterspell earlier. Just upgrading to a 4/4. It's not sexy. It's not exciting. Goman getting bricked up by Caracas. I guess I run it out. If they tap in the Caracas to bounce Goban, then they're not activating Currency Converter and Urza Saga. Interesting. Well, we're going to put that on the bottom. Pretty happy about that. I think this is going to be my last league of the night. The last draft. I think I'm actually going to lose to this Currency Converter. Interesting. The attack means I can Toxic for 5 now instead of for 6. Drawing a card there was interesting. I thought there was a chance they would bounce through Subtlety. Gross. Super fucking gross, huh? Yeah, I'm just gonna pack here. Yeah, I think we both lost 2 lands to a real Milkman. Not ideal. At the end of the day, we did not really lose to our mana, though. No shame in paying for a probe, especially when someone leads on a mountain. Kind of feels like I'm just going to lose to this Comet, because they're just going to slam. And of course, I don't have a counter. Three, nice. That's the rebuy. I'm going to Entomb for Archon. Give myself a chance of just ripping the out here. Hey, Death and Taxes, thanks for the Subaru, the 113-month streak. Feel I have erred. Come on. Yeah, it would have been real pleasant to get this down the turn that they made the comment, because they would have had to sack the comment. I guess I regret not ritualing out the Liliana to uptick earlier, because then we would have drained their hand a little bit here, and then now the Dark Ritual has been pretty worthless. Interesting name, that Liliana of the Veil. They didn't attack because they didn't want to trade with the Urza Saga token, I guess. I would have been happy to trade in their spot. I think that's worth. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's better to hold up Counterspell this turn. Well, folks, I think we got him. Tight game. Got down to 1 life. That treasure cruise is really fucking important, Tom. Awesome game. Pretty sick game. Saving ritual worked out. Kind of. I think we would have had enough mana regardless. So I don't like that this hand doesn't really have any of the reanimation things. I do like that it has Toxic Deluge in the opener. Pretty nice card to have in your best of one. like their strat here. Just pump it into the Hired Claw. Make my Toxic Deluge be a real bad. One creature, please. Hey, and Liliana ate a bolt too. You'd love to see it. That's not nothing. What's my graveyard look like? 4 cards. Almost discarded Toxic here. That would be a nice one to counterspell, huh? So I think we Life Deathback Sundering Titan here. We're pretty fucked. I think the line is to consult and try and find Entomb. Make an Archon this turn. Toxic for 1 is interesting. It does just leave him with a bat. You could just do that. We would go to 10, and then they'd attack me down to 9. And then we get to dig deeper with Consult. Alright, I'm into it. Huh? I don't know whether to let this Emperor resolve or not. It's annoying, right? So if we let it resolve, they can make a token and sack that to the Archon. Trying to think of what's left in my deck. The thing about Wandering Emperor is it's not like a direct answer to Archon, but it might, with like Reflection making sack fodder and stuff, it might have like the opportunity to answer it. My instincts are telling me to let it resolve, which might be wrong. Just very worried about dying to a random burn spell here. Wow, so if I'd counterspelled the Wandering Emperor, then Mana Tithe would have gotten my death. Inquisition, perfect. Perfect draw there. Yeah, so the issue is now if we attack with the Archon, yeah, we get that attack trigger, but the Reflection can make a copy and sack that, and then the Wandering Emperor, if it lives, then gets to downtick and answer the Archon on a future turn. This isn't good enough, right? I'm at 4 right now. I think this Reflection activation might have been a punt. I think they wanted to do that on my turn when I'd be activating the Archon. They could even like do it during my draw step and Spellbinder gunk up my stuff. I think they messed up too. Not sure if I should be making some bats or blowing up everybody's lands as the tank here. Yeah, I think this was likely just bad again. Also, I should have tapped the sewers because I can choose that as a swamp and hey, that's not bad. I guess I'm just dead on board, huh? Because now the Spellbinder can get copied and they can just 6 me in the air. They just like let it die. Yeah, I needed to get the Batmaker in retrospect. And then I wouldn't be dead on the crackback here. Silly me. Insert grumbling about the rope here. Sweet deck. I think I probably would have had good chances of winning that game if I'd played it a little bit tighter at the end there. Mostly just grabbing the Batmaker, right? Making sure that I would have that they couldn't just like let the damage through. A much tougher day than the first day. I think 2 of those Scrub-a-Dubs had solid chances of being like good runs, and some of the games just didn't wind up well, including that punt there in the final game. Fun stuff though. Overall, had a good time. Am I gonna look at Look Outside 2.0? So like I'm planning on doing a horror day on Friday. I don't know if I'll have time for Look Outside 2.0. That was like a several day stream, I believe. It looks sick though. Let's raid somebody. Why not? Oh, I get to raid Doom for once. Usually it's him getting me. Yeah, go say hi to the Doomer. Cheers, folks. And I will see you, well, tomorrow. Regular stream time tomorrow.